and absolutely no pun intended. Welcome to Savvy Contemporary. My name's Sagal Farah, and together with Hadra Karar here and our artistic director, Bonaventure Dekung, we have been, together with the entire team at Savvy, of course, been working on this project, How Will You Ascertain Time? And I would like to not only welcome you to this space, but also to this moment of, I would say, collective suspense, because I'm absolutely looking forward to what is about to come this evening. In his long poem, The Palace, the Iranian-American poet Kaveh Akbar contemplates the multiple Americas that he lives in, the one he experiences and how it differs from that of his father, who migrated from Iran and works in a duck processing factory. He writes about his love for a country in which he is always elsewhere, and he writes about migrant lives and people wishing for another Hiroshima. A little later, it reads, I have a kitchen device that lets me spin lettuce. And I once heard someone ask Akbar, why in the midst of a poem about some of the grim realities of living in America, did he decide to include something as banal as a salad slinger? And his answer stayed with me. He said that it was his way to not claim a vulnerability that isn't his in America. We had a wonderful conversation here last night between Sara Imani and Daniel Mader, who, through their qualifications and experiences in law and activism in refugee politics, considered waiting for reparations and justice, and how waiting is employed as a state action against refugees, as well as a means of resistance by the refugees themselves. I had the honor of interpreting for Daniel Mader a few years ago when I was interpreting for Somali refugees here in Berlin. And because my colleagues and I would alternate our shifts throughout the day, we oftentimes arrived back the next morning to see the same people sitting in slightly different constellations, still in waiting. Waiting for their time to come, waiting for an appointment for a brief conversation with someone. And we only saw a fraction of their waiting because that room represented the possibility of one conversation with one person on one day. Everyone was waiting for an appointment, but some had been waiting for a year or for decades. The fact that I'm standing here today and that I'm able to share this with you is my version of a salad slinger. The anecdote that I just shared is my representation of a vulnerability that isn't mine. In Beyond the Periphery of the Skin, Silvia Federici writes that fixation in space and time has been one of the most elementary and persistent techniques capitalism has used to take hold of the body. See the attacks throughout history on vagabonds and migrants. Mobility is a threat when not pursued for the sake of work, as it circulates knowledge, experiences, and struggles. In the past, the instruments of restraint were whips, chains, the stocks, mutilation, and enslavement. And today, in addition to the whip and the detention centers, we have detention centers. Yesterday, I opened my introduction by saying that I dare say that we have all waited for something sometimes in our lives. The arrival of a loved one, the departure of a loved one, or even comic relief sometimes. Today, I want to leave us with a question: who can afford to be patient? Thank you.
Hello, dear friends. Can you hear me? Good. Thank you for that really beautiful introduction, Sagal. I would also like to echo Sagal's words and sentiments in welcoming you. A very warm welcome to Savvy. And also, apologies for the delay that you very patiently have sat with us, and thank you very much for that. It's always heartening to see you. I see a lot of new faces today, and it's really heartening to see you accompany us on this quest for knowledge and learning. I'll share a little bit about the project, how will you ascertain time, and where it comes from. It is... Thank you, Ray. Yeah, okay, now I think you can hear me better. So this project thinks of time through the lens of waiting. It is thinking through an ongoing predicament which is experienced in a different nature and intensity by everybody. And here we attempt to move beyond the hegemonic idea of universal time, which is a colonial and capital construct. And as we delve into this non-linear affective realm through research, we initiate the dialogue through 14 artistic positions, which were part of this exhibition, and approaches that are further challenged and complicate our understandings through these 2 days, yesterday and today, of scholarly thought, poetry, and music. I'll quickly share a brief excerpt of something that I'd written about it. To a new unknown, a vast expanse, uncontainable, unquantifiable, and anticipated new unknown, where the proximity is such that it lacks the horizon. Regardless of which path leads to this realm, it is a space in between, the extent, intensity, and nature of which is ungraspable in words, to be read, if possible, in the distance between each letter, word, and line, where the distance is undeterminable. It is like a sentence starting from the middle, where the indicators of intent, purpose, and duration are missing. It is the time where the body becomes a permeable vessel, which embodies multiple temporalities of the past, present, and future, and multiple geographies, one that is the physical present, the other that is the place of origin, and then ones that are desired and aspired for, that are perhaps more imagined than real. Passing through the body simultaneously, where it exists in all these realms, yet is not anchored in any. So the question that we started with was, how is this static realm navigated, where the notions of forward and backward collapse and no timelines exist? Mahmoud Darwish proposes, remember so that you grow before disillusion. Perhaps this remembrance is a call to reach within and recognize and acknowledge the fabric of being, that is one with the elements forming the materiality of the vessel, that is the body and the soul, the same way the wind, water, fire, earth, and space embody it, and where the path is paved through inherited knowledges that grounds this vessel and lead the path, perhaps towards other dimensions. This research project aims to acknowledge, reflect, address, engage, and share the experience and negotiation of time and space in the realm of waiting, and a recognition of the political and social infrastructures that are complicit in its existence and in prolonging it. An excerpt of which Sagal just shared with you for those of you who were not with us yesterday. It is an attempt to expand the narrative to its multidimensional experience and understanding, where waiting or suspended time denotes a process of transition, reconfiguration, regeneration, and reimagination. And it is very important to mention that these processes are embedded in loss, grief, and separation, and in some instances, the realm between life and death, as one of our artists, Dakuta Guo, has coined it the realm of the undead. This is here thinking of victims of armed conflicts and families of forced disappearances. The 14 positions that have manifested in the first iteration of our research think through this realm as a space where histories, temporalities, languages, and spiritualities coalesce. It's a year-long project. It has been, I would like to mention, Hauptstadt Kulturfonds. It's funded by them, and it is from here on, following the exhibition and now the invocations, we will be having 4 more iterations to follow, which we have, which are moments of pause and reflection, and we've termed them as positions that will unfold over the rest of the year. And in the end, which is not really the end, I would like to thank the wonderful team, which includes the guidance of the artistic director, Bonaventure, and everyone who's part of the amazing Savvy team who has been, where we have been thinking together and making this manifestation possible and this research possible. I would like to leave you with a short poem by Maya Angelou, and it's titled, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. The free bird leaps on the back of the wind and floats downstream till the current ends and dips his wings in the orange sun rays and dares to claim the sky. But a bird that stalks down his narrow cage can seldom see through his bars of rage. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied, so he opens his throat to sing. The caged bird sings with fearful trill of the things unknown, but longed for still, and his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the caged bird sings of freedom. The free bird thinks of another breeze, and the trade winds soft through the sighing trees, and the fat worms waiting on a dawn-bright lawn, and he names the sky his own. But a caged bird stands on the grave of dreams. His shadow shouts on a nightmare's scream. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied. So he opens his throat to sing. The caged bird sings with a fearful trill of things unknown but longed for still. And his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the caged bird sings of freedom. Thank you so much. And now without any further ado, we are going to get on with our sessions for today. And I'm really excited, honored, and privileged to have all of these participants who've agreed to give us their time and be with us, and especially for Shahram Khosravi, who will be speaking with us later tonight, because his work has been quite integral to this project and has been the point of departure for us. The first session is a sound recording that we'll hear, and this is by Jasmine Guffond in collaboration with Stephen Boakye. It's titled, Silence is the Loudest Sound You Can Ever Hear. Jasmine is an artist and composer at the interface of social, political, and technical infrastructures, focused on electronic composition across music and art contexts. Her practice spans live performance, recording, installation, and custom-made browser add-on. Through the sonification of data, she addresses the potential of sound to engage with contemporary political questions and engages listening as a situated knowledge practice. Jasmine has exhibited internationally and released solo records with the sonic pieces, Carl Records and Editions Mega labels. Stephen Boakye, born and raised in Ghana, is a third-year international student at Kyiv Medical University in Ukraine, where he's pursuing a degree in pharmacy. He's currently residing in Berlin due to the ongoing war in Ukraine. Upon receiving a permit to stay in Germany, he intends to apply to a health-related program in one of the prestigious universities in Berlin to continue his studies, serving and offering help to people, especially those in need, in one of his dreams. The contribution is Stephen Boakye, an international student, as I just shared with you. He generously shares his recent journey from Kyiv to Berlin, from listening perspectives. A journey at once in motion and waiting is told through sonic encounters. Sound as a medium that unfolds over time, never truly disappears, but continues to reverberate beyond human oral perception. The figure of sound provides a metaphor for the varying repetitions, feedback loopings, and endless experiences of waiting that resonate both personally and systematically.
The sounds of explosions, loud explosions, woke me up in Kyiv, and I didn't know what was happening. All I heard was sounds of explosions and sounds of car sirens, alarms from vehicles, because there were vibrations also. So I waited in my room hearing the sounds of explosions until it was morning. And I immediately got to the train station to get a ticket. There were thousands of people already queued trying to get tickets. And there we heard sounds of sirens. And the sirens, the meaning of those sirens are, if you heard them, run to a place of safety, either in a basement or the subway. And hearing these voices of frustrations, anger, upset, sorrows, and people were crying. I didn't get a ticket, so I had to return back home. And upon returning home, there were still the sounds of sirens. Throughout the day, you hear footsteps and sounds of people running and people shouting, because the moment the siren comes up, people are calling their family members to run to a place of safety. So from there, I joined some people to travel to Lviv, hoping that we will cross the Polish border in a car. And on our way out from Kyiv, also we experienced loud explosions, and it was really close. It was really close, and there were sirens again. And we met this Ukrainian ammo car. I had never seen one move. And it had this sound of I think it has a big engine, so there is this sound of woo, and do you know what I mean? The ammo car. Yes, like a tank. It was passing beside us, going to the place they think the attack is coming from. So it was a sound that I have never heard before, because I have never seen a tank move. And so there, while in the queue, all that you can hear are the sounds of engines, car engines, and people also discussing where they are going, and people speaking out of frustration, and you will hear the sounds of the doors of cars being shut, yeah, and the cracks of car doors because people were going in and out of their cars. And there in Lviv, the city center, also we heard series of sirens, but no threat of explosions. The sirens were on, but no threat of explosions. And due to the traffic, we diverted our way to hoping to cross the Hungarian border. So there, also from Lviv to Oshgorod, there were traffics, and we got to a place where the roads are all curves. So we had to spend the night in traffic, and during the night, and this is a really calm place. You hear nothing. All that you can hear is the sound of wind passing by. Because it was really cool place, more like a jungle. Yeah, so we spent the night there, and it was snowing also. So these two sounds were really loud for you to hear, the sound of wind and the snow dropping on the cars. So from there, we got to the Hungarian border, and there also there was traffic, of which we had to be in the queue. And there we experienced series of frustration noises. Yeah, because people were wailing because they've lost everything. Most of them were Ukrainians. They were leaving their country to a place they never thought of going. So they knew not what would happen there. So they were crying, wailing. And we heard that some people also lost their minds due to the load of psychological effects that they experienced. I had to get out from their car to find myself a different route to cross the border. So upon getting out, I heard my luggage, the noise from my luggage, and others also because they were pulling their luggages. Some were pulling to the border, and some were pulling their luggages from the border back to the city because they were being sent back. So with their luggages and bags, they have to pull them all back. And these were also the sounds that I heard whilst I was waiting, trying to figure out a way to cross the border. So upon crossing the border, I got to Slovakia, and it was after 12 midnight. They dropped me at the first guest house that they saw, which was, I think, on the bank of entering the city. So it was really, really silent in that neighborhood. Not many houses. And it was dark. The lights that you see are the lights in the few houses around. And I put my luggage into this guest house, and right in front of the door to the reception was written full. Like the rooms are all filled out. Yes. And the door was locked. I knocked and knocked and knocked, and no one opened. And I didn't know where to go. So I had to sit on a long table and a bench that was in front of the door. There was no noise. Even you could hear if a pin falls. It was really silent. And there I realized that silence is the loudest sound you can ever hear. To me. Because there I was reflecting why people cannot contain silence. Because people feel it's difficult for people to be alone by themselves. Because they cannot contain the loudness of silence. They have to get themselves doing something. Yes, and I experienced such a thing there because I was there alone at midnight, and there was nothing that you could hear, only silence. And there I'm religious, I'm a Christian, so I believe God leads me and He teaches me. So there I started to meditate on the scriptures and on God, and I started to pray. And I felt okay. And within me, I felt loved by God. So I believe that He was even loving me and speaking to me inwardly, of which it encouraged me that it will be well. So I sat there for over 30 minutes to an hour, and it began to snow. And it began to also be windy over there. And the wind was heading towards my direction. So I heard the sound like shh, shh, because it was so silent in the neighborhood. You could hear the moving of the wind. So in the morning, I was woke up by the singing of the birds, because there were some trees in the compound of the guest house, and the birds were singing. So when I got to Warsaw, the sounds that I heard at the train station was obviously the sounds of trains, and also the sounds of Ukrainians. Most of them were stranded. And not only Ukrainians, also like international students also. In Warsaw, I heard the sirens of police cars. Yeah, I didn't know why, but maybe it was due to the many people, and they wanted to control the majority of people that they have received, not knowing what to do and where to go. So I went to this place, and I met the host, and they took me to their home. And I heard, the moment I got there, the first sound that I heard was the barks of dogs, because they had one dog, and their neighbor also had a dog, and they were all barking because they have seen a new person. And there I had to wait at their place for a month and few days. And their place was a bit outside of Warsaw. Warsaw is really noisy because there are many people going in and out each day. But outside Warsaw is very calm. So there you can hear a lot of things, of which I heard the explosions also, but not this time, not an attack, but it was training of the NATO soldiers who were being trained to respond if there is any attack near Polish border. So you hear the explosions of their trainings, and you hear the sounds of helicopter also going back and forth to the Polish border and back to the city Warsaw. And I heard those things. And in the town, going around the city Warsaw, the place where we live, I went to a park one day, and I heard these sounds of ducks, because there were ponds at this park. It was really beautiful. The park is really calm. And so if the ducks swimming makes noise, you hear them. And also I had the opportunity to experience a squirrel come so close to human to get a treat. Yes, and they also make some very little sounds when eating, because people give them nuts. So I had the opportunity to see them also. It was really difficult to focus what you hear around because of the situation I was in. But then these were some of the sounds that I heard. So there, the people were really good to me, the family. They tried to help me in the best way they could. But then being a third country nationalist, it was really difficult. And I had to renew my passport. So I told them that I have to move on to get my passport renewed before it expires. So if you are applying for a visa, they want you to have a valid passport, not less than 6 months. So I wanted to meet that requirement. And they understood and helped me with everything and prepared me to be on my journey. So from there, I went to Austria. And in Austria, I first got to Lens. And there, by God's grace, some people hosted me. And there also, they tried to help me. And that was the place that I thought of renewing my passport. But few days that I spent there, like 2 days, it wasn't a good experience, so I had to leave. Because the day that I got there, my host took me to the police station to get me registered. But they didn't, they refused. They directed us to another place. So from Lens, we went to Vienna. And from Vienna, we went to a city called Montsee. And from Montsee, we went to Salzburg. Montsee, it's far from cities in like a valley. So you see hills. Yeah, and there are also like many factories, so you hear sounds of things being manufactured. Yes, and you hear people making, like they are working molding things. So these were the sounds, like industrial sounds that I heard from that Montsee. So I went to Salzburg with the host, and there the guy told us the truth that the Austrians are not receiving third country nationalists. So they will tell me to go here and there until I give up. Then I will move away from Austria. And I said, okay. So there wasn't any point staying there. So I had to move on. And these people who have been helping me from Poland, who gave me the host in Poland, they were still, I was in touch with them always, and they were always leading me. So they also contacted some people here in Germany when I was on my way from Austria to Germany. And from the train station here, the sounds that you hear are the same old sounds. Sounds of frustration, sounds of trains, people crying also. Because there were few people who are not Ukrainians, nor third country nationalists on board. We all were people from Ukraine. So every voice that you hear are voices of either anger, frustrations, or sorrows. Only arriving in Poland, the Polish people I heard laughing. And in Austria, because they were living their normal lives. But we, from where we are coming from and what we have experienced, there is nothing like laughter. So those were most of the things I experienced and the sounds I heard. And upon getting to Germany, by God's grace, I met Pat. And there, it was okay for me because I felt she encouraged me. So I felt really comforted.
Thank you. I'm very honored to introduce our next guest, Momtaza Mehri, a poet. And Momtaza Mehri is a poet who works across criticism, translation, interdisciplinary research practices, education, moving image, and radio. She's the former Young People's Poet Laureate for London, and her latest pamphlet, Doing the Most with the Least, was published by Goldsmiths Press. Mehri's work engages with historical and archival slippages, mistranslation, fraught nationalisms, and national literatures, mundane transnationalisms, South-South resonances, contested mobilities, bodies of water, digital embodiment, adopted registers, global blackness, class rage and anxiety, the currency of otherness, and the relentless problem of diaspora. Please welcome Momtaza Mehri.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Sagal, and thanks to the organizers and curators for inviting me and giving me the ability and opportunity to take part in this program and to also learn from all the invocations that have come before me. I sort of wanted to do something different with this invocation to kind of combine some prose poems that I've been working on for a forthcoming collection, but also to expand on that a bit with a reflection on the idea of waiting and how that plays into, as mentioned in my bio, this idea of the relentless problem of diaspora, which concerns so much of my writing, but also my thinking and my wider life, really. And also engaging with the exhibition that has just passed, particularly the film United Red Army by Naeem Muhaymin, which is interesting because I've been in a conversation with that artist outside of this project, so everything really aligned. To me, waiting is essential to the condition of diaspora, which in itself is one of various suspensions, melancholies, and angst, a certain amount of corniness, and various flights of different notions, and this is where this reflection starts from. Arrested arrivals, unyielding departures. Diaspora is a balancing act of suspension, a rupture unfolding geographically and intimately, sending us hurtling into differing directions, wearing the evidence of this dislocation on our faces. Disruption is our bread and butter. We are alchemists of forced movement and voluntary identifications. We did not choose the ground shifting under our feet. We did not choose the choices we inherited. There lies the fault line of our beginnings, a hairline crack in the continuum between generations that bartered, fled, and escaped, always losing something in the way. The airport toilet is a whirlpool of waiting. You tear your passport into pieces and swallow your past. My mother hands herself into asylum, into London's faceless monotony. The mother remains a figure of interminable waiting, the long-suffering martyr of diaspora poems. Before that, there were other scatterings. Summers when Napoli imprinted itself into her sister's skin, where the promise of a better life and a check to send back to the family held them hostage. Before that, the migratory patterns that tugged at the sleeves of the ambitious, pulling them towards the centers of newly independent, rapidly industrializing African nations. The center was the locus of their fevered desires. They were tired of waiting for their lives to begin. So much of diaspora is waiting for your life to begin, to start making some kind of categorical sense. We are still waiting. We've got time. I sit in the gallery and descend into another historical convergence of ruptures. I watch histories collide against a black screen. Naeem Muhaymin's film, United Red Army, 1977, Japan Airlines Flight 472 is hijacked by the Japanese Red Army, forcing the plane to fly to Dakar. Less than a month after this hijacking, Lufthansa Flight 181 is similarly hijacked in an incident involving members of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Operation Commando Martyr Halima is named in the honor of Bridget Coleman, a founding member of the Revolutionary Cells. The hijackers, all under the age of 25 and including 2 women, demand the release of imprisoned Red Army faction leaders in Germany, changing course several times before finally landing in Mogadishu, Somalia. During a high-risk, high-octane confrontation which paid off for Chancellor Helmut Schmidt, the plane was stormed by West German special forces. Somali cooperation ensured the success of the rescue operation, considerably sweetening Somali-German relations. 1977 would also see the eruption of the Ogaden War between Somalia and Ethiopia, a war which acutely weakened the Somali state. In time, the fractures it deepened would significantly contribute to the Somali civil war. Both hijackings occurred during the German autumn. Both the planes involved landed in countries fiercely reeling from recent coups and internal struggles over the extent to which their regional and cultural identities shaped their political allegiances and sovereign visions. Cold War machinations, syncretized scientific socialisms, the conflict between the national bourgeoisie and the educated classes, pan-Arabist incoherences. In Somalia, the pot was at a perpetual boiling point. In United Red Army, Mahmoud, the steely Bengali negotiator, reminds me of the Somali soldiers diverting the attention of hijackers by setting an oil drum on fire in front of the aircraft. I think of these compressed moments where the national project itself is revealed to be as absurd as a child watching grainy footage of a hijacking telecast live on television. A bloody thread extends between Dakar, Beirut, Mogadishu, and West Germany. A loop of struggle unwinds. A hijacking is a sight of horror-stricken waiting. You freeze in your seat and witness the tussle of conflicting histories 30,000 feet above air. You are a forced participant in the drama of strategy and desperation. A rival is arrested. Time becomes a stretched sprawl of agony. You land in an elsewhere that has always been violently entangled with your point of origin. The poem spills out of a research process you will never complete. Reciprocity is a two-way street. This begins with an epigraph from the poet Faisal Umar Mushtiq. It isn't right to despise one's country. I don't deserve to be loved and left. Say you are reading Baths or rereading Baths, 2 acts which are hardly independent of each other. Say it's a lover's discourse and you are all aflush, your finger tracing the outline of flight. Either woe or well-being, he writes, sometimes I have a craving to be engulfed. And even though this could mean anything, you think you know what it means to shiver with well-practiced yearning, not for provincial beginnings, nor the Moroccan boys of his summer, but for lip-shaped crescent moons left on teacups, an oil splash of a man with scarred hands. In this poem, he doesn't have a name. Your own dumb luck pulls around your ankles. We skirt around it, a kindness. It disgusts you, the depth of this need like the slick walls of a well. Your bones ache most when held. Eventually, you'll have to stop impersonating a skimmed stone. There are other ways of parting. You annotate Bath's annotating Keats, half in love with easeful death, underline. Over-identify until you are lightheaded, until you remember a hot, loud classroom, breathless Bluetooth blues, a free school meal in your belly, the easy cruelty of teachers at underperforming schools, so unlike their counterparts in the movies, so unlike those loose-tied English teachers who promise you a world so much bigger than this, so much easier than this. With your prized set of highlighters, you mistake a poem for a blueprint. Learn the odes, then the Jane Campion film. That night, You dreamt of lavender fields, bruised eyelids, the shape of Rome's dying sunlight on a poet's grave. Here lies one whose name was writ in water, it says. No name, no date. This was all Keats wanted. Convinced they knew better, his friends contextualized their grief, added the rest. Addendum. This grave contains all that was mortal of a young English poet, bold, capitalized, who, on his deathbed, in the bitterness of his heart, at the malicious power of his enemies, desired these words to be engraven on his tombstone. You think of how casually our bodies are overruled by kin, by blood, by heartaches disguised as homelands, how you can count the years you have lived for yourself on one hand. History is the hammer, you are the nail. In another dream, your mother is barefoot and young, wearing a scarf the color of a wound. By Fontana del Moro, a Moor adrift on a shell leans over her shoulder. She unpeels her wet dress from her legs. Unmoored, she laughs at this new country calling itself an old one. These myths she tosses like loose coins. We don't dare dip our hands further than they can reach. Her gold bracelets slide down the silk flags of her wrists. Nightly, you strive to write a loose translation of this. Arterial blood is theatrical, like a desire for a time before your time. The world will not stop when you do, or even before. Yes, being the one who survived, the one who made it to this side, is a full-time job, but no one asks you to take it. Diaspora is witnessing a murder without getting blood on your shirt. Your body is the evidence of its absence. Of course, there are other definitions, namely a freshly scraped scalp, a dome to your rock, the inevitability of prayer and late-night texts, each lie about how good the exchange rate really was. That time he cried telling you the story of why his family had left Sweden, the image of a younger brother held underwater by wild-eyed classmates. Definitions like flags lay claim to what has always existed. For now, these will do. You can't speak for the future. It barely speaks for you. Hoya says if she had stayed, they would have killed her. If, a phantom limb, conversation killer, everything between then and now is all filler, fodder, unceasing intrusion, this looping afterthought with a bitter aftertaste, this thorny hedge, her children will chew on its single syllable, if will be their revolving universe, the bowl rolling underfoot, the substance of their nightly terrors. If we had never left, if we had never come here, if our boys had never stepped foot in this place, if counts her options opposite the Irish pub, that old abode of undercover coppers, if invents possibilities of her own, if takes a long walk, the long way home. They, denomination of unfriendly neighbors, frenemies, dictators, love rivals, fanatics, boys next door, warlords, colleagues, and various historical ghosts. The Home Office demands its consistent narrative of cartoon villains. Whole lot of theys and not enough time to count them. They, the people. They, the running. They, the country. Stay. Refugees are born with object permanence. Few things can be counted on to stay still long enough to be counted, to be named. The length of each stay is undetermined. Dadaab, Damascus, a Danish village the size of a school where the children followed the new arrivals, convinced they hid animal tails under their coats. Stay, proof of residence, of a bedraggled floor to call your own. Stay put. Stay behind so someone else can go. Stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Thursday, Lemanuba. She hears revolt in the language of birds. The caffeinated are often more generous with their interpretations. From here, the sunset belongs to the masses. The city waters itself with the fantasies of its victims. From here, she can see it all of it and more than can be contained. Neighborhood cats walk with more authority than newly landed refugees. She's disentangling herself from a story that isn't hers, from the decanted clarity of a future she doesn't own. What to celebrate tonight? There must be something. There's always something. The market woman's breath tickling the earlobes during a hug, cool balcony air, lightly spiced aubergines, a phone on silent mode, the prickly man who lives upstairs inviting her to the rooftop to discuss the murderous nature of NGOs and Netflix, a request with no ulterior motives, further gratitude for the end of mosquito season, for those glorious moments when men resist predictability. She will watch mint leaves float to the surface. People are so beautiful when they are unsure, when they sit with what they may never know, when they eat off the same plate every evening and call it loyalty. Thank you.
So I'll have a break soon, but before, next is the third of 4 invocations as a continuation from yesterday with Tumi Mogorosi and Gabi Motuba. Tumi Mogorosi is an activist, artist, and theorist with a focus on the Black liberation through the prism of the Black radical tradition. Also as a way to engage the Black sonic in its diasporic articulation. His practice straddles across performance theory, jazz studies, Afro-pessimism, critical theory, and Black studies in close relation with a question on Black liberation beyond the incompleteness of the South African rainbowism and global emancipation politics. And Gabi Motuba has been selected as part of the 2022 cohort of the Mutual Membership for Musicians program, which is a platform created to empower female musicians all over the world through a radical model of mentorship and musical collaborative commissions. And the invocations you're about to witness is on the voice solo, thinking through the echo and the scream as a frame of creating sound that is an invocation of being witness rather than representation.
Okay. Wow, that was really, really incredible. Tumi and Gabi have been with us since yesterday, and every step of the way, it's these sonic interludes have really been quite immersive, reflective, and introspective in a way. It's a real pity that they were not able to join us. Due to difficult visa regimes. But I'm just really grateful that we've had their presence even in this way possible. Without further ado, I'm going to now move on to the next session. And it's a great honor for me to announce this and to welcome our next speaker, which is actually the keynote lecture by Shahram Khosravi. His incredible work has been with us for a very long time and has been quite central and has greatly informed this project and also a lot of my understandings. So I would like to share a little bit about him. For his biography, he's a man of few words. Shahram Khosravi is a former taxi driver and currently an accidental professor of anthropology at Stockholm University. Today, Shahram's lecture is titled Waiting as Seeing. Waiting means seeing. Apologies. While we all wait, we do not wait in the same way, and the consequences of waiting are different depending on the forms of our vulnerabilities. The unceasing, bordering practices institutionalize delays and keeping some people waiting for a job, a visa, asylum, or access to the city. In this talk, Shahram Khosravi will focus on the implications of temporal bordering for migrants who are exposed to constant delaying and prolonged waiting. However, waiting can also be a wakeful navigation through material struggles in the present and directing one's mind toward the not yet in daily practice. Like the act of citizenship, the act of waiting is a constant struggle to have the right to participate. So I welcome Shahram.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Hajrat. Thank you, Sagal, and everyone else who organized this beautiful event. And thanks for having me. It is a great pleasure, of course. For me, waiting is about senses. I had difficulty to write about waiting in academic form. So I'm very pleased to be among you, to see and hear, feel, sense. Waiting is about like borders. If you don't sense it, there is no border for you. And if you don't sense waiting, there is no waiting for you. But let me first say a few words about my bio, why I prefer to present myself as a former taxi driver. It is not about modesty. It is about public acknowledgement of knowledges produced outside academia. It's part of decolonizing knowledge production. And part of decolonizing knowledge production is acknowledging all knowledges, experiences which produce outside academia. And my knowledge about borders, something I work on, coming from my time as taxi driver in Stockholm, and also my time as I spent in a prison along the border between Pakistan and Iran. It was the best school in border studies. So this is that. And now I will talk about time. I'm sorry if it's long. So I grew up believing my mother was an ignorant person. I believed she was ignorant because she used the word dur for lateness. Dur in Persian means distance, means farness. But my parents are Bakhtiaris, not urban people. They lived along the Zagros mountains, and Bakhtiaris are known to be one of the largest nomadic pastoralist group in Iran. Bakhtiaris use the word dur both for lateness and distance. My education in city made me believe my mother was ignorant. It took 50 years for me to realize it was me who was ignorant, not her. It was me who was ignorant for two reasons. First, because it took a long time for me to understand how epistemology of coloniality functions, a coloniality of power that creates what Miranda Fricker calls epistemic injustice. Epistemic injustice means to systematically discredit the colonized people's capacity as a knower. As the state-centric education I got made her knowledge classified as unknowledge. Second reason, my mother was simply right. Since 1970s, Swedish geographer Torsten Hägerstrand's theorizing of time-space geography has inspired human geographers around the world to use the intersection of time and space as a basic dimension for analyzing social processes. Bakhtiaris and my mother use same word for distance and belatedness because of an indigenous people's old knowledge that time is not separable from space. Time, indeed, is shaped by space. What we know as a calendar system, dividing time into days, months, years, is formed through the Earth rotation within the solar system. The Earth rotation around its axis becomes one day. The Earth orbits the Sun, and it takes about 365 days, making 1 year. Geography, a knowledge about our relation to places and spaces, is a social construction through maps, borders, measures of distances. Same about time and temporality. Time is also a social construction. Who does construct time? How and why? It is chronopolitics. It is the politics of time. As a social historical construction of time, just like space, it is about power, it is about domination, it is about extraction, it is about dispossession. Colonization starts not only with turning spaces into empty spaces, into unpeopled space, but also turning time into an empty time. Of course, colonizer represent space and time as empty. They are not empty, they were never been empty. The colonized people are placed outside the history, placed into the waiting room of history, as Dipesh Chakrabarti put it. Representation of non-Europeans as people without history or stuck in the earlier stage of social evolutionism has been done by colonizers and academics. According to the colonial imaginary, non-Europeans are still waiting outside the white history, still waiting to be allowed entrance. In July 2007, French President Nicolas Sarkozy delivered a racist speech at Sheikh Anta Diop University of Dakar, and he placed Africa out of time. He said, I quote him, "The tragedy of Africa is that the African has not fully entered into history. They have never really launched themselves into the future." Part of the end of quote, part of a coloniality condition is racialization of time. In Black Skin, White Mask, Frantz Fanon said, as a black person, you come too late, much too late. There will always be a word, a white word, between us and you. The colonized are always seen as a delayed people. As non-Europeans, we arrive to the white time, and it is always too late. It is already too late. We arrive to a pre-existing world of meaning, a world already shaped in which non-white person is not a subject with a history, an agency, but is only an object fixed in a category and imagined in a different temporality. To a white time that is assumed to be secular, civilized, modern, progressive, neutral, the racialized other is believed to come always too late and therefore not seen as equal. Belatedness is a sin, unforgivable, unforgettable. There is a fundamental sinfulness in being a foreigner. And I use the term sin to emphasize on the theological basis of the otherwise imagined secular nation-state system. The sin of being on this side of border with a foreign skin color, with a foreign language, with a foreign name, with a foreign face. Belatedness means the predicament of being perpetually regarded and treated as a foreigner, even in generations. This is why my grandchildren and even grandchildren are labeled second or third generations. A belated member, a belated human beings. The core of colonial racism is the denial of co-evilness. That is the idea that the other belongs to a different temporality. The other, to the Western self, is placed in another time frame than the one Europeans feel they belong to. Michael Hunchard and Charles Mills have theorized the racialization of time in the context of Black Americans' experience of long-term segregation and unsettling politics since the time of slavery. Racial time is defined as unequal temporal access to resources and power. In order to keep people out and limit their access to resources and power, they are excluded not only spatially, but also temporally. Fanon said, "You always arrive too late, much late, much too late." Racialization means one arrives to a world in which bodies are already divided, a world where access to resources and power is allocated according to the logic of belatedness. The historical belatedness turns the migrant into a foreigner, not into a foreigner, but rather into an incomprehensible stranger. The logic of belatedness makes the colonized and the migrant unknowable and her knowledge as unknowledge. It pushes everything about her and around her towards the impossibility of understanding. As we have learned from Benedict Anderson, who wrote Imagine Community, a nation is imagined. Bordering practices exclude and include people not only spatially but also temporally. Borders are not only lines dividing territories and tools for management of spaces, but also for integrating people in and excluding people from national temporalities. Temporal imagination is a crucial part of national imagination, being part of the same timetable, synchronization of nation, making people to believe they are in the same time. As in the 19th century, railroads began to shrink distances, timetable emerged and railway system uniformed the time of cities. Clocks of railway stations became crucial sign of this transformation, signifying new era, new order, new mode of production, new forms of domination and extraction. Interestingly, French revolutionaries in 1930s in Paris fired at the clocks in Paris, and as Walter Benjamin wrote in his The Concept of History about this, the anti-clock revolutionary action was symbolically protest against the capitalist idea of progress. Fire the clocks, stop the time, burn down the capitalist temporality, a temporality that has been against us, against humans and non-humans. Protests by African Americans in the United States or migrants in Europe in the past years are not different from what Parisian revolutionaries did. They protest against being temporally segregated, constantly delayed, and kept in prolonged waiting. Exclusion, either in form of segregation or deportation, is a crucial part of bordering practices. People categorized as refugees, asylum seekers, undocumented people are seen to belong to a racial time, a non-white time, that legitimizes bordering them, exposing them to criminalization, segregation, detention, and deportation. Deportation, as a brutal and visible form of bordering practices, is an explicit statement of temporal disbelonging of the deportable people. The other belongs to a different time and thereby to a different place. The deportee's tomorrow belongs somewhere else. The deportee's body is supposed to be related to another temporality than the one of Europe. He or she is out of sync with the European time. And this chronopolitics I mentioned before is what Sarah Sharma calls temporal architecture. Temporal architecture as a way to structure and organize different experiences of time and temporal labor. Power relations. Who is the architect? And who values people's time? Temporalities is about social hierarchy. Part of the power relation is marginalized groups. Is that marginalized groups have to recalibrate, as Sarah Sharma put it, recalibrate their time according to the temporal architecture. Recalibration is about micropolitics of temporal coordination and social control. between different temporalities. Taxi drivers, delivery workers, or other workers in the gig economy or platform economy are recalibrating their time to the customer's time. It is about interaction between bodies. Bodies in the privilege part of the temporality and unprivileged body who live on the margin of the boundaries of time. And you see it very clearly in the gig economy or platform economy. You know, people who deliver food, foodura, or I don't know what you call it here, different companies. And it became very visible during the pandemic, yeah? How these people, these workers have to be quick to the customers who would not wait long for their food. So they have extra time to use that time, to invest that time for producing more knowledge to study, leisure, family relations, or something else. And of course, it is very old and well-known gender issue, yeah? How women had to work hard, so men had time to produce knowledge. I mean, women were forced to take care of household work, so men could use their time to produce knowledge, or what is called knowledge, what is classified as knowledge, which is very, of course, male-centered. This difference between became more even more during pandemic crisis. The division of those who could afford self-isolation and protection and those who could not. We all wait, but we wait differently. The poor cannot afford to wait. Reports coming from different corners of the world testify that the poor and marginalized are dying, or were dying, or died, at a disproportionate rate compared with more privileged members of society during the COVID-19. Well, the pandemic affected everyone, disregarding race and class. The consequences of the outbreak are different. We all wait, but the experience of waiting is different for different people. Waiting is not a neutral condition, but it is a hierarchical, interwoven complex of gender, race, and class. And the pandemic crisis showed us very well that waiting is preeminently a political issue. Part of bordering technique is delaying. Delay to delay. Borders do not stop people, they delay them. The journey from Athens to Berlin takes 2 hours. I know a person for whom it took 2 years. From Baghdad to Budapest, a flight away is about 4 hours. I know a person for whom it took 15 years. Impact of delaying can also be in the can be seen in the racially segmented labor market. Segregation of labor results in wage gap, meaning that migrants have to work much more to reach same income as non-migrants. For instance, median annual wage for full-time year-bound employed Latina women in United States in 2018 were 54% of median wage of similarly situated non-Hispanic white men. It means that a Latina worker has to work 672 days to earn what the white male worker made in 365 days. She's delayed with 307 days each year. Each year, 307 days are stolen from her because of her race and gender. Her time is stolen. Constantly delayed, and it is soon too late to go to university. It is soon too late to find a partner. It is soon too late to have children. It is soon too late to find a position to reach desires, wishes. It is a position of not becoming in what is supposed to be a normal life course. Prolonged waiting and constantly delayed result in de-skilling. It means that individuals' education skills, training become outdated. The term de-skilling refers to the process of making the skill of a person degraded and out of date. In other words, a person's become less attractive for the labor market over time. And this is the usual term calling unskilled migrants. How can a person be unskilled? The main aim of delaying a migrant is to remind her of her place in the social hierarchy. And it means waiting. Waiting is racialized. Some groups are kept in waiting longer than other groups because of their skin, because their skin is darker. And this secures racialized inequality. The socioeconomic disadvantages Somalian group in Sweden experience today compared to other groups like Bosnians are partly due to the fact that when these two groups came to Sweden as asylum seekers during the 90s, Bosnian refugees and Somalian refugees, but it took much less time for Bosnians to receive a permit to work and stay, and much less time to wait for naturalization. So because Somalian waited longer, we see today the consequences of that in the position in the labor market and also in education system. Another example is from 2014, when a Somalian group was the largest group in the detention centers in Sweden, but they could not be deported. They were not among deportable groups. So the question is, why keeping a group of people in detention centers when the authorities knew that they could not deport them? What can explain keeping Somalians in waiting longer than others, than the color of skin? Temporal bordering is a way to secure inequalities between social groups. Waiting is a particular experience of time. It is a manipulation of others' time. Waiting is expecting something coming from others. Waiting, as Pierre Bourdieu puts it, it is a way of experiencing the effects of power, making people wait, delaying without destroying hope is part of domination. So hope and waiting are two sides of the same coin. If you don't have hope, you don't wait, yeah? So hope here is toxic. hope is part of power mechanism. And this is why many people are skeptical about hope. Do we need hope or not? I will come back to that. Waiting is usually something for the less powerful groups in society. Another consequence of waiting is feeling that one is not fully in command of one's life. To be kept in waiting for a long time is to be subject of an assertion that one's time is less valued than other people's time. Waiting, when you ask people, what are you waiting for, migrants, as part of my research, they usually say, I'm waiting to start a normal life. Waiting for what is supposed to be a normal life. A normal life? What is a normal life? The normalcy is waiting itself. Young migrants from Afghanistan belonging to Hazara minority who have been exposed to a long-term racial discrimination inside Afghanistan and outside Afghanistan. They can tell you about waiting. And when I talk to young Afghan migrants, young Afghanistani migrants, and they are 25 years old, and they have been waiting 15 years of 25. Or they are 18 years old, and they have been waiting since they were 9 years old. So most part of their life have been waiting. We see that not only more and more people are classified as forced displaced, refugees, asylum seekers, stateless people, etc., but also they are longer and longer in this condition. 1996, the average time to be in refugee situation was 9 years. 10 years ago, it was 20 years. I don't know what is time. This is average to be in refugee situation. So we see that more, not only more, but longer and longer. And another aspect of this is we know what is the end of waiting or what is supposed to be end of waiting, but we never ask about when waiting starts. Yeah, when our search for this normal life starts. When is the time when waiting starts? When it begins our waiting? And we wait, as Qasan Haj put it, we wait for different things at the same time, not only one thing. When does the migrant's narrative of waiting end? After arrival, after receiving asylum, after so-called integration, after naturalization, after returning to the homeland, after deportation? When do they stop waiting? Or when a new waiting starts? In Western societies, people approach time in terms of money. And the language we use is the language we use for money. We invest time, we count time, we save time, we lose time, we waste time, etc. So this is why waiting symbolizes waste, emptiness, and uselessness. And the gap between the goal of modern society and the reality not having access to realize speed, mobility, or this time is money, creates kind of enemy in society among young people, among marginalized people. And this is, again, Ghassan Haj, to quote him, is a condition of stockedness, a sense of not going anywhere in life. Stockedness is about suspension of time. Lack of possibilities to improve one's life condition. There are two different approaches to waiting in this context. One is the migrants' waiting is measured in days, years, months, expenses by authorities. And the other hand, waiting is measured by migrants themselves in terms of losing family split, collapse of social networks, losing time, and also chances in life, youth, pregnancy, education, building family, etc. So I talked about delaying and I talk about waiting. The third aspect of these temporal bordering is circulation. So usually we think about waiting as a lack of mobility, stillness. But how about waiting in motion, waiting and mobility? I say that because many people tell me about the experience of deportation as in terms of being sent back to a square one, yeah? So, and being back to a square one means to start from scratch, yeah? Circulation. People find themselves in kind of going back and forth, yeah? Going back and forth not only between countries, but between different conditions of being, different institutions, different legal status, different labor markets. So this is what I mean with circulation, yeah? And in the condition of circulation, one never gets the chance to secure improvement of social economic condition, yeah? The keeping people in circulation is a way to slow down, to defer, to deny future plans, to make disruptions in the stages of life cycle. So these people never get a chance to finish a training, to finish a school, to establish a relationship, etc. So deportation is not the end of migration. Deportation is only another stage in this circulation. So this is waiting while being on move, being in circulation, waiting for what is supposed to be a normal life. Circulation not only in terms of geographical locations, but also in terms of various forms of expulsion. What Michel Foucault talked about, control and surveillance and discipline in terms of confinement. So the regime of circulation, this is what Gilles Deleuze wrote in his last essay. And Deleuze wrote it in another context of digital technology, etc. But this is how circulation, keeping people in movement, is a technique of control, is a technique of discipline and surveillance. Not only lack of mobility, confinement, but mobility itself is a control technology. And and keeping them waiting while circulating. And this is how the labor force, this is hierarchization of labor force, extraction of labor force. How much time do I have? 15? I'm sorry, it became longer than I imagined. Okay, yeah. Thank you. So this is about capitalism. Capital grows through stealing of workers' time. Yeah. So this keeping in circulation is part of that. This stealing of time. Very much explicit and visible in the context of deportation. And we live in a mass deportation age of mass deportation. Millions of people are deported from United States, from Iran, from Europe, from Saudi Arabia, from India, etc. So we have millions of people who are deported every year, thousands every day. So how much time has been stolen? And what time is worth and for whom? People who lived long-term periods have worked, built networks, paid taxes, spent time learning the local language and becoming accustomed to the culture, maybe fallen in love, maybe had children before being sent to the country they were citizens of. So the time people have invested to achieve these goals is lost by deportation. The time people have spent to accumulate social and cultural capital is taken away by deportation. Sudden arrest and deportation means having no chance to prepare for the journey, to sell properties, to claim wages, and collect belongings. So, and what about taxes and social security contributions people may have been paid before being removed? How many hours have been stolen through deportation? Today's border practices are not different from yesterday's colonial practices. While colonial capitalism turned lands into wastelands to plunder the wealth under, bordering practices turned migrants' time into waste time to steal their labor. The current border regime is part of a larger and older project of colonial accumulation by disposition and expulsion, stealing wealth, stealing labor, stealing time. Today, as yesterday, your time and your land are stolen, only because you are told that you have arrived too late, much too late. I will save you much of this and stop very soon. Just a few words about the title of this talk. Waiting means to see. So waiting is usually considered as a sign of passivity and lack of agency, but I see it differently. In Arabic, I think, in Arabic, the word for waiting is intizar, and it is related to another word, nazar, which means to see, sight. So waiting means to see. This is very similar to the English. Etymology of waiting means to watch, to be wakeful. So waiting for me, which is very Benjaminian, is about wakefulness. It's about wakefulness and wakefulness to be aware about what is going on and why I'm waiting. What I'm waiting for. So let me finish with a few words by Martin Luther King, who in the 1960s wrote this very well-known letters from Birmingham jail. And he wrote, "Why we should not wait." I quote him, "For years now, I have heard the word wait. This wait has almost always meant never. We must come to see that justice too long delayed is justice denied." End of quote. Martin Luther King's call for unwaiting is a call for all people for whom justice has been too long delayed and denied. So, and this call for unwaiting is linking Black Atlantics to Black Mediterranean experiences. And when I was writing this today for you, I realized that I never apologized to my mother for being complicit in the epistemic injustice she was exposed to. And of course, I have been working on decolonizing for many years, but I miss that detail, which is very important detail, but of some reason I never thought about that. So I decided what to do tomorrow. First thing I do is to make a call to her. Okay, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Shahram Khosravi. We would like to take the opportunity to open up the floor to those of you who may have questions. And I would like to begin with one. So acknowledging your statement that we all wait in different ways, as well as your question, what are we waiting for? Can one share someone's waiting, and what does solidarity, or what can solidarity with those in waiting look like?
Yeah, it's very difficult question. Yeah, because not myself as not only as a scholar but as an activist. Of course, solidarity has been always a main question, a main topic. But I said, waiting is about senses, and you have to sense waiting, and we sense waiting differently. Even if I can theorize about migrants waiting, if I can write about people's in detention centers exposed to deportations as academics, but still, I have a passport in my pocket. I have a job, so my privilege is always a barrier, maybe. Yeah. So I have to always this self-reflection that how can I sense? How can I understand? Of course, I can do that because I self was undocumented migrants in the 80s somehow. So this is why, for me, auto-ethnographical approach is important, to link experiences. And I think to understand something, Again, I'm inspired by Walter Benjamin in his essay on storytelling from 1936, I guess. And these two German words for experience, Erlebnis, Erfahrung, in Scandinavian language also two different terms for experience, it's very interesting and important, helping me to understand how we can turn immediate, isolated experiences into more collective, historical Erfahrung. And Erfahrung is interesting also because there is a mobility aspect in that. So yes, that may be part of the answer to your question is linking experiences, bridging experiences, turning isolated experiences into collective ones. Maybe then we can talk about a radical solidarity. Yes.
Thank you so much for that really brilliant keynote. Thank you, Shahram, for articulating it so beautifully and for helping us understand these experiences and contextualizing them. And I'm going to take the liberty to ask one question before I move on to you guys. And I think this is partly rhetorical maybe, and also an extension of Sagal's question as well. And I'm just thinking because starting from temporal imagination, which is the national imagination, and also thinking of racial time and non-white time. So all of these people who are made to wait and are meant to be in this condition of circulation, they're never meant to be taken out of this condition. And I remember you had also mentioned that there is this, in this condition of circulation, especially with deportation, which personally I did not know about it, but you shared that this is just the first step, because people who get deported get into the cycle again. And there is this space of resilience and resistance in that. And I'm just thinking a lot about this space, and also a point that Daniel had made yesterday in his talk where he spoke about someone waiting, using his time productively. Not being, and then you also say not being able to finish, which is always, the possibility there. And I'm just thinking, like, are there ways? And maybe this is that step that you have taken where linking experiences. Can we break out of this cycle? Or can we find, do you think, will we be able to find a new way from this condition of circulation?
Thank you. Yes, of course. I mean, I think we have to imagine otherwise, imagine a future different from what we are in. So this is part of my work. This is part of, we have to be utopians. We have to have imagination for different. I mean, the problem with it, which is very similar to capitalism, the nation-state system, which is not older than 200 years, creates a kind of subjectivity which made us very difficult to imagine outside it. So we cannot, this is only 200 years old system, order, but we cannot imagine a world without borders. So this is very this is very important question. Why? Why cannot we imagine a different way of organizing humanity? And this is why it is important to repeat and emphasize that we should imagine differently, a different world. Part of maybe solution is, is not only removing borders, but it is long-term process to alongside removing borders, reorganizing labor relations, reorganizing allocation of resources, and wealth. So this is partly a solution for that, predicament of circulation, that people are kept in this circulation, wasting, losing time, and process of de-skilling, and pushing them down all the time in this hierarchy in the labor market, which is a part of extraction of labor force to have a cheaper and cheaper labor. So yes, inspired by Parisian revolutionaries from 1830, we should fire at clocks. Yes.
Thank you so much for that. We open the floor if any of you have any questions. Do I see? Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you again for your talk. My question goes to what you said at the end, which I think was one of the most important parts of being an accomplice to that epistemology, and why do you think so? What exactly you mean?
Yes, I think, bell hooks, learning from bell hooks, I think is not enough to be self-reflexive as we are trained in academia, to think about my positionality in research, etc. But as bell hooks put it, self-interrogation, So self-interrogation also means, partly means that for whom I'm producing knowledge, and how I am in partly involved in this epistemic injustice, which I mentioned earlier, and part of this decolonizing process of knowledge production, to promoting epistemologies from the South it starts from this self-interrogation to see how I, as a scholar at the European University, have been complicit in that epistemic injustice, and very similar to how we can be complicit in bordering practices, how we hand in hands with nation-state system border people, how we are part of the system, producing, reproducing, and keeping in maintaining same order, which exclude some people and include other people. So this is what I meant with being complicit, and for me, believing that my mother's knowledge was unknowledge, and she was ignorant, and it took 50 years for me to understand that. This is about, how my mind was colonized, and how my mind was colonized against my own mother, This is how colonial, colonialism function. You are against yourself, yeah? I am anthropologist. And I'm trained in ethnographic fieldwork. It took 16, 17 years to 20 years, sorry, to realize that the only research methodology I master is very same methodology which has been used against me as first as a nomadic, tribal, so-called tribal minority in Iran, and then as a migrant, yeah? So how can I use that methodology which was against me, yeah? So part of this decolonizing is unlearning, yeah? To undiscipline myself, to start from scratch again, yeah? How to decolonize my colonialized mind, yeah? Yes.
Thank you so much, Shahram. Thank you. So, okay, I don't see any hands. I think we've skipped the breaks to get back onto schedule. So I think we will take a little break before the next session. And thank you so much, Shahram. Move on to our next session.
So I think the break is over for now. If you could go back to your places, we're about to restart. The next performance will be by Angélica Freitas, Espero, Espero, poetry and sound performance. A few words on her work. The word esperar, in Portuguese, has multiple meanings. It can mean to wait, but also to hope, for example. This is the starting point for a series of poems and meditations on waiting by the poet Angélica Freitas. They will be read in Portuguese and English. Before I just read a few words on Angélica's work and her bio also, I would like to share something with you, like it just came to my mind while thinking about what Angélica herself is also dwelling while thinking about this duality of meanings between the two words or the two meanings of the word to wait in Portuguese, which could be the root for espera, so to wait, or esperança, which means to hope. So this also made me think of a work by Paulo Freire that I would like to share with you. So in 1992, he actually wrote something for a book he called Pedagogy of Hope, which is basically thinking also about this duality of the meaning of the word esperar or esperançar, so to wait or to hope. So he wrote, and I'll read in Portuguese first and then the English translation. É preciso ter esperança, mas ter esperança do verbo esperançar, porque tem gente que tem esperança do verbo esperar. E esperança do verbo esperar não é esperança, é espera. Esperançar é se levantar, esperançar é ir atrás, esperançar é construir, esperançar é não desistir. Esperançar é levar adiante, esperançar é juntar-se com outros para fazer de outro modo. In English, this would be an approximate translation. It is necessary to have hope, but to have hope from the verb to hope. Because there are people who have hope of the verb to wait. And hope of the verb to wait is not hope, it is waiting. To hope is to get up. To hope is to go after. To hope is to build. To hope is to not give up. To hope is to carry on. To hope is to join with others to do otherwise, like we're doing today. A brief introduction to Angélica now. She's a writer from Brazil and the author of 3 books of poetry and graphic novel. Her poems have appeared in publications such as Granta, Poetry, and Modern Poetry in Translation. Some recurring themes in her work are women and the question of belonging or not to a place. Freitas came to Berlin with DAD Artist Program in July 2020 and has been living here ever since. So I invite Angélica now.
Obrigada, Antonio. Thank you, Savi, for the invitation. Hello. In Portuguese, the verb esperar has multiple meanings. Primarily, it means to wait, as in, espero, I wait. But it also means to hope, as in, espero, and to expect, espero. The word esperança, hope, was something we Brazilians always associated with our people. We were, after all, at some point, the country of the future. School history books taught us that it was a Portuguese explorer who first rounded the Cape of Good Hope in Africa in 1488. He called it Cape of Storms, but the King of Portugal was elated with the news and renamed it Cabo da Boa Esperança. My mother, when she turned 50, started to say, I am now past the Cape of Good Hope. Espero, 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 espero. 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 Your hopes, crumpled, are like a sheet of paper. Your heart pounding is a stamp on a formula. Truly, I don't see much of a future in searching for metaphors in the Ausländerbehörde. Mãos, queixo, glúteos, banco, osso, tábua, isquios, tíbia. How I long for the day to dawn for whichever reasons. Pega número no guichê, vai aparecer no painel. The solitude of my nights will end. Tell me all about where you've been, you gorgeous lunatic. Duas vias, 2 a.m. Heavy, heavy eyelids. I can't find your name in our system. Em grego antigo significa mensageiro. Can I leave a message? Pode. Põe a culpa na Safo. O seu nome não está no sistema. In ancient Greek, it means messenger. Posso deixar um recado? Yes. Of course, it's all Sappho's fault. Tau te marmelo. O caminho da fruta era até o chão. A mão aparou-a, macerou-a em açúcar, fogo baixo por 3 horas, pão crescendo na mesa ao lado. Todas as ínfimas partículas gritando geleia. A de onde viemos, onde não havia fome, nem alimentação. Tau te quins. The way of the fruit is to the ground. The hand caught it, pureed it in sugar, low heat for 3 hours, bread rising on the table. All the tiny particles yelling jam, the one we came from, where there was neither hunger nor feeding. Querida Angélica. Querida Angélica, não pude ir, fiquei presa no elevador entre o 10º e o 9º andar e até que o zelador se desse conta já eram 10h30. Querida Angélica, não pude ir, tive um pequeno acidente doméstico, meu cabelo se enganchou dentro da lavadora, na verdade está preso até agora, estou ditando este e-mail para minha vizinha. Querida Angélica, não pude ir, meu cachorro morreu e depois ressuscitou e subiu aos céus. Passei a tarde envolvida com os bombeiros e as escadas magiros. Querida Angélica, não pude ir, perdi meu cartão do banco num caixa automático. Fui reclamar para o guarda, que na verdade era assaltante, me roubou a bolsa e com choque tive amnésia. Querida Angélica, não pude ir, meu chefe me ligou na última hora, disse que ia para o Havaí de motocicleta e eu tive que ir para o trabalho de biquíni, portanto me resfriei. Querida Angélica, não pude ir, estou num cybercafé às margens do Orinoco, fui sequestrada por um grupo terrorista, por favor, deposite $10.000 na conta 11308, dígito 0, do Citibank, agência Valparaíso, obrigada, pago quando voltar. Dear Angélica, I can't make it. I got stuck in the elevator between the 9th and 10th floors, and by the time the elevator man realized it, it was already 10:30. Dear Angélica, I can't make it. I had a little problem at home. My hair got caught in the washing machine. Actually, it's still stuck now. I'm dictating this email to my neighbor. Dear Angélica, I can't make it. My dog died and was resurrected and ascended to heaven. I spent the whole afternoon involved with firemen in aerial ladder trucks. Dear Angélica, I can't make it. I lost my bank card in an ATM. I went to complain to the security guard, who was actually a crook. He stole my purse and I had amnesia from the shock. Dear Angélica, I can't make it. My boss called at the last minute saying he went to Hawaii on a motorcycle and I had to go to work in a bikini, so I caught a cold. Dear Angélica, I can't make it. I'm in a cyber cafe by the Orinoco. I was kidnapped by a terrorist group. Please deposit $10,000 in account 113080 at Citibank, Valparaiso branch. Thanks, I'll pay you when I get home. Pós. Os homens, as mulheres nascem, crescem, veem como os outros nascem, como desaparecem. Desse mistério brota um cemitério, enterram carcaças, depois esquecem. Os homens, as mulheres nascem, crescem, veem como os outros nascem, como desaparecem, registram com o celular, fazem planilhas, depois esquecem. Torcem para que demore sua vez, os homens, as mulheres não sabem o que vem depois, então fazem uma pós. Os homens, as mulheres nascem, crescem, sabem que um dia nascem, noutro desaparecem, mas nem por isso se esquecem de apagar o gás e a luz. Grad. Men, women are born, they grow, they see how others are born and how they disappear. From this mystery, a symmetry arises. They bury bodies, then forget. Men, women are born, they grow, they see how others are born and how they disappear. They record with their phones, make spreadsheets, then forget. They hope their time comes slowly. Men, women don't know what comes next, so they go to grad school. Men, women are born, they grow, they know that one day they're born and the next they disappear, but that's not why they forget to turn off the lights and the gas. Não adianta chegar na porta e ordenar abra, öffnen, open. É preciso girar a chave. E mais, é preciso saber qual chave. Ou então, esbarrar na dureza de certos materiais. Mogno, pinho, cedro ou lâmina de qualquer madeira. Conhecer a chave ou intuir para que lado gira. Tantos têm tão pouca paciência. It's no use arriving at the door and commanding, open, öffnen, abra. You have to turn the key. Plus, you have to know which key, or bump against the hardness of certain materials. Mahogany, pine, cedar, or a plank of any wood. To be familiar with the key, or else intuit which way to turn it. So many people have so little patience. You're just waiting here to be like us, to talk like us, to live like us. You just gotta wait a little more. You know the score. A little more. How many days? It's not enough. A little more. A little more. Let's just fill out this here form. This form, the A1 form. Then you wait and fill another form, the B2 form, the A3 form. We need the form, you print the form, fill out the form, and send the form. You're just waiting here to be like us, to talk like us, to live like us. You just gotta wait a little more. You know the score, a little more. How many days? It's not enough. It's not enough, a little more. Let's just fill out this here form. This form, the A1 form. Then you wait and fill another form, the B2 form, the A3 form. Just send the form. You'll hear from us to be like us and live like us.
Thank you so much, Angélica Freitas. And now we'd like to take a 5-minute break. So please feel free to go to the bar, go outside for those who smoke, and we will see you back here in a minute. guest, Adania Shibli, who was born in Palestine and has written novels, plays, short stories, and narrative essays. Her latest is Tafsil Tanawi, and was nominated for the National Book Award in 2020 and the International Booker Prize in 2021. Shibli is also engaged in research in the field of cultural studies and visual culture and teaches part-time in Birzeit University in Palestine. Adania Shibli awaited is a reading and a conversation. As she waits, the world transforms itself into a site of detachment, as long as it does not reveal the one who is awaited. In this sense, the world proceeds with a double absence, that of the one for whom she waits and hers while she waits. These two absences are allowed to touch the world only diametrically as a deviation, an act of distraction. Deviant, distracted, as she waits, she's not counting the time passing, but caressing the desire she bears, which the world cannot offer. The original text was written in Arabic, and the translation was made by Catherine Hose.
Thank you, Segal, for that. Thank you. Maybe I should start with an apology that I have to pull you back after this amazing contribution by Angélica, and where actually I was sitting and saying, wow, why don't I always write like this? Why do I have to write? And especially this text, because it's almost non-fictional, it's personal, and I say almost because who knows what words can bring what type of fiction and whatever we consider non-fiction. Awaited. My grandmother, whose name was Nofa, died in the late 80s, I think. Her death wasn't treated by the family as an event of any significance. The news of her death reached me while I was at school, and it appeared as if it was a divine response to a wish I repeated fervently for years, to be rescued from at least one of those countless school afternoons loaded with boredom that set in every day without fail as soon as the fourth lesson was over. That day I headed back home immediately, where I found my father sitting on his own in the living room. I asked him if he'd learned the news about his mother's death, and he replied he had. Unable to restrain my overpowering curiosity, I then asked him if he was sad. He raised his eyebrows, and they remained in taut arcs for a few moments before resuming their usual position, which was that what he usually did when he was maneuvering his way out of answering a question. My mom wasn't home, and I didn't know whether or not she'd learned the news. Perhaps she would attend the funeral, which I didn't think would have more than 20 people in attendance, perhaps 12 or even 8. My grandmother didn't generally talk to anybody, and generally nobody talked to her. She didn't like anybody, and nobody liked her, I guess. I myself tried to offer her some love and care, but I stopped after one spring afternoon. She rebuked my attempts with a long, cold gaze. A day before she died, I dropped in at my aunt's house on my way to school to say good morning, and found my grandmother, who'd moved in with my aunt a few years earlier, alone, sitting as usual in the living room on the same sofa opposite the front door, in a posture closer to waiting than to calm. I said good morning, and she didn't reply. Although the spot she'd chosen to sit conferred upon her the responsibility of receiving and greeting visitors, the welcome she'd offered me affirmed that she did not in the least give a shit about my arrival or that of any other visitor I had seen her before, fixed with a gaze of silent contempt. I left possibly accompanied with a slight feeling of sadness. I might have forgiven her for never giving me any gifts or pocket money as a child, like the grandmothers of all the other children I knew did. And I'd long given up on the hope she'd give me even a tiny sweet, which I waited for with suspense each time she reached her hand into the pocket of her dress, only for it to emerge clutching her filthy handkerchief. I'd also abandoned the hope of her telling me any stories of the kind only grandmothers know how to tell. But to not answer when I wished her a good morning? It is indeed possible to be said that one's grandmother is nasty and filled with hatred to such a degree. Then she died the following day, when the last I'd seen of her had been her gray eyes, open to their fullest extent, looking straight at me, propelling me forcefully toward the front door so that I leave without further delay. A couple of days after she died, I went to stay over at my aunt's house to keep her company after the death of my grandmother. They used to sleep in the same room, with only a tiny table separating their beds. That night we went to sleep, my aunt in her bed, and I in my grandmother's, which only a few days earlier I wouldn't have dared to go near. As darkness consumed the room, my aunt suddenly said that she was sad about the death of her mother. I asked her how come, when my grandmother had treated her so disgracefully, and she herself had not treated my grandmother any better. She replied that the heart harbors inside the opposite of what it revealed to the outside. Nonsense, obviously, but her sounding so sad as I'd never heard before kept me quiet, short of any comment. Then out of nowhere, perhaps under the spell of lying in her bed, I asked my aunt to tell me about my grandmother. From my aunt, it emerged that my grandmother had once been a refined, beautiful woman. The first to be ensnared by her charm was an officer in the Ottoman army, whom she didn't love back. For a long time, this officer returned regularly to visit the area where she lived, to ask after her, and above all, to find out whom she'd married this time, because my grandmother had married several times, 4 times perhaps, not counting the ones who loved her silently from afar. According to my aunt, though, she never loved any of these men apart from her last husband, my grandfather, Hassan. She'd married him despite the opposition of her eldest son from a previous marriage, even though my grandmother loved this son immensely and would have done anything for him, that is, except for giving up on my grandfather, Hassan. This uncle and my grandfather used to fight a lot, and one time my uncle pulled out his gun to kill my grandfather, but my grandmother, who was extremely strong as well, grabbed it from him and threatened that if he touched Hassan, she'd shoot herself. This altercation took place in front of my aunt, who was also torn between her love for her half-brother and her love for her father. And of the consequences of love for my grandmother was that whenever my grandfather was away for more than 2 days, she dropped to the floor in anguish and waited anxiously for his return, forlornly singing his praises for the full duration of his absence. And finally, when she'd learned from some riders they'd seen him making his way home, she'd shake off her despair and hurry out to meet him on the road, kissing him all over, singing, "Hassan, you've been away so long, but absence makes the heart grow so fond." My grandfather would give a proud, indulgent grin as passerby stared in astonishment at this love so overpowering it could induce Nofa to kiss Hassan's feet in broad daylight. My aunt added, continuing with disapproval, that she'd always felt embarrassed by her mother's love for her father, which had turned her into a weak and fragile woman. Suddenly, I asked my aunt about my grandfather and what had happened to him, given I'd never met him. When did he die? After a moment of hesitation, she said, in 1948. It was shortly after the Battle of Al-Shajara, in which fighters, including my grandfather, had come against the Haganah. When reinforcements from the Arab Liberation Army failed to materialize, the Zionist paramilitaries returned to attack our region, and during the attack, they killed a woman called Nimra, who was my grandfather's niece, along with her baby, and my grandfather, Hassan. And along with them, and him, my grandmother, who never ceased waiting for him to come back to life so that she too could return to life with him. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that brilliant reading. And now we would like to invite Shahram Khosravi for a conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Adania. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. We met a couple of times. You invited me to Berlin some years ago for a project you had on Baghdad-Berlin Railroad. Yeah, it's amazing, and always, you are inspiring me with your words. And you just came. So you didn't listen to my presentation, but I started with my mother, yeah. So this is something link my talk to your short story, or a non-fiction. I don't know what you call it, but autoethnographic, maybe fiction. So what I want to ask you first is about mothers. And I see this return to mothers and grandmothers very much among Black feminists in the United States, yeah? So what do you think about that, returning to mothers as a kind of thinking differently, or trying to, at least for me, returning to mothers is for me find a different form of producing knowledge. So is it something you can relate to?
Yeah, here I'm especially, I'm still intrigued by both my grandmothers, who had complete different behaviors, and probably they shared a hatred to the word. They really hated the word. This is what I can see, and you can feel this hatred. And for me, it was always a mystery. What brings you to be so much withdrawn. And, you know, in a context of Palestine, you grow up with a lot of silence and not realizing what happened. I mean, this text is an actual, autobiographical text. And it's almost, you know, these ghosts, like these grandmothers, even in their clothing, even in their silence, even their gazes, they were so much stepping away from our lives, but at the same time, they had all this kind of almost words and conversations and just part of conversations, even interrupted conversations that we never had access to. So whenever you see these grandmothers sitting and you try to approach them like, yeah, this is the moment I can hear, and then they stop. And it's very amazing because it's the opposite of this kind of knowledge that they would like to share with you. It's almost a knowledge that they would like to withhold from you. And for me, it was always a question, why? Why, and what it means not to have this access to knowledge, and what this absence means to you and the formation of your own knowledge. Of course, I mean, all what I hear about my grandmother, it's the really second-hand, third-hand, and now, you know, stories. And it's fascinating also what kind of words relate to her and describing her the most, you know, I remember her the ugliest person on earth, you know. This is like, you know, she was really a frightening woman. She had gray eyes. She truly had, I never have seen such eyes, like they are gray. Their color is gray, and it's almost like an ash. So there's fire in them. And as if in these cases, there is almost an insistence not to move forward. Perhaps we're all trained to move forward from whatever we experience, but there is this moment of almost resistance, like I don't agree to move with the world as it moves. Now I understand this, and I think it's an act of so much almost a protest, because we always associate protest with moving, with marching, with shouting. I mean, at least in this kind of contemporary context of politics. But what about a protest of saying, I don't want to take part of your ugly world? Are you marginalizing yourself or your knowledge, or are you creating almost cracks in this perfection of life that we think everything is going well, but those who are on the margins, they are there. I mean, what they tell, what they whisper to us, that's... So this is a type of knowledge that they refuse to share, maybe you create.
Yeah. Thank you. It's interesting. I mean, two things I would think. This is silence, you know. Is important. Maybe silence is part of protection. Is it? Not sharing with you, with children, is a way to protect them. I don't know. Maybe this is, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if we can give silence a function, you know, like, or we say that we are choosing it. Maybe silence is kind of seizing us, you know, it's taking over us. I mean, my grandmother, she wouldn't reply to somebody saying good morning. Even the good morning, she decided not to respond. This marginal conversations.
Yeah.
And this is it like, you know, but is it almost like you lose a relation to words?
Yeah.
It's not like you're hiding. I know that my parents would be hiding, and because their experience, whatever it was, a younger, they were like, you know, they were teenagers when 1948 happened. But my grandmother, I mean, all these men that were in her life and everybody loved her or was in love with her, the last man that probably touched her was when she was 33. And that's what the age when she experienced the war. And I, you know, this kind of imagining her being able to sing and suddenly the singing that has no relevance. It's almost like maybe, and also it's a problem to think of language as something that you use or it has a relevance, but as if, and I know these times as if, what for? I think we all experience this moment like, why? Why should we speak? Why should we even bother? Maybe. For some, this is my kind of experience of her silence and some others.
Yeah, you know, if I'm not mistaken, the author of Moby Dick, Herman Melville, yes, he has another fiction. I don't, and the very famous sentence is, I prefer not. Yes. Yeah, I don't remember the title of the book, but this is exact, I prefer not. Yeah, so this is not a revolutionary action or going out, but I just stay out and say I prefer not, yeah? So I don't participate in this. Yeah, this is very, very much revolutionary too, yeah?
Yeah, withdrawal. I mean, what it means, of course, we know the word of withdrawal as if it's a sort of defeat, but what if withdrawal is a relation, you know? It's not a non-relation, you're withdrawing and you're creating this relation to the world. And if we start thinking about it as a relation, I think it gives us even more insight of how we reach this point of withdrawal.
Yeah. And this is also very much about ghost, yeah? Silence, not participating, withdrawing, and ghost and haunting, you know, that coming again from this Black feminism's experiences. And of course, I'm referring to R.V. Gordon's book, Ghostly Matters, yeah? For me, it's very important to bring in ghost in social analysis, you know, what is happening today, yeah? We should not exclude ghosts because they have stories to tell us about what has happened, especially in case of you know, Palestinians, yeah?
Yeah, it's very interesting you say that because in Palestine last summer when I was attending an event, it's a sort of a public event with a walk in the old city of Al-Khalil, of Hebron. There I met this young group of historians, and for them they sincerely combined even stories about witches and facts in the history of the city. For them, they were not like these academics, I'm being so revolutionary against my methodology, but these are the stories also they grew up with. They could not cross this arc in the old city because this is an arc that is always made, you know, when you do these cookies for the feast. It's always like people run away. They didn't want to walk under this ark because there's a witch that she will steal the cookies, and so like people avoid going through this ark. And you know, it has like, but this ark still exists. So how you can also narrate the history of the city without including this witch and how it influenced even the relations and the movement of the people, and it being central to the thinking and yeah, the narrative of the city, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Your story, which is recently written, yeah, just came out, translation, this one, you read?
This one?
Yes.
Actually, I did it for this event.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's for you.
Yeah. It's also about love, yeah? It's about love and waiting for love, yeah? And then, you know, Roland Barthes has a short essay about waiting. And I think it's about waiting in a bar, and he's waiting for his lover, and how waiting how waiting constitutes love, yeah? So is it similar, you know, waiting for him, your grandfather, to come back to life? Yeah, so this kind of love embedded in waiting.
Yes, certainly. I think with the death of my grandfather, the only relationship she could have with him is not one reflecting on the memory, because this will probably destroy her, you know? I mean, I don't know, it's also a relation to death somehow. It's almost an extension towards the future. It's a projection towards this possibility of him or her joining him. And it's almost a continuation of love. It's what allowed her, or what I try to think of this kind of rupture that she had between being an active, you know, outspoken woman to this person who's silent and hating the word, or kind of withdrawn from the word. But there's this story, you know, when you know about this love, you can see that she's not weak and she didn't die after him, or she was destroyed by the memory. She continued to be very strong. And I think she could have the strength from a relation towards the future. She lived until she's 90 years old, you know, and suddenly.
You know, thinking about waiting and love, and how, you know, waiting itself becomes, there is no object of waiting, but waiting itself is the object of waiting. And in Shia Islam, there is 12 imams, and the last imam is hidden. So like a messiah. And so Shia Muslims are waiting for him to come back and save, you know, the world. What is interesting, every time a person claims that he's that one, he's killed by the, you know, the religious authority. So they are not waiting for the imam, you know, and if he comes, they will kill him, because waiting itself is the aim.
Yeah, it becomes, desire or passion is created in the waiting. Yeah. Yes, I mean, it's also a kind of a tension that produces almost a parallel reality. I mean, when we are waiting, it's almost we go out of the time of the word and the word of our continuation. It really opens up to something completely different. I mean, I experience waiting for words when I write. But it is a waiting that is filled almost with a desire for this waiting to continue, because it takes you completely out of the world, but not as an escape, as almost as something that exists in parallel, but it has its own way of being. Its own almost rules where you are not. I think we also diminish through the waiting. You know, that's what's interesting. I think with the waiting,
What do you mean?
Like, it's almost, the act of waiting takes over us, that we almost become non-existent, or that it's not us. We are waiting for something, and within that waiting, we are no longer aware of the self, but in the desire towards something. And I think the desire or the love towards something is very much in what we do, or at least for me in writing, because there is this love towards words and what they create as And we don't have this possibility to experience that.
Yeah, but what about, I mean, if I'm in your language, Arabic, intizar, is it waiting, yeah? The word intizar is related to the word nazar, to see, yeah? So to wait, it means to see. And, you know, for me, that's an opening. That's gives us, the ancient Greeks make a distinction between two kinds of time. One was chronos. Chronos, like, you count time, days, weeks, etc. Yeah. So this is a quantitative approach to time. A qualitative approach to time was kairos. Kairos refers to potentialities, when the moment that something can happen, the moment a revolutionary change can materialize, yeah? So that waiting is also that, yeah? So as you say, yeah, you wait and wait and wait and nothing happens, losing hope and etc. But suddenly, an opening and the potentiality of time, to create something new, something different. But it is part of waiting, yeah, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, and I think it takes us away from this relation in life towards functionality. Yeah, sorry, we're just going on here.
No,
keeping you waiting for something.
Okay.
Sorry, yes?
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, no. Yeah, sorry, we're beyond, we're like delaying.
We are here to
Yeah.
listen to you.
Yeah, okay, well. Yes, I think we are taking out of our kind of relations of functions, We're so much stuck in thinking of functions, the function of time, the function of what we're doing, the function of our life, there's, and I think with the luxury of waiting, because I would like also to connect this with another term, the waiting, but the waiting for nothing. There's in Arabic an activity. It's really dangerous activity. It's you sit, and as if you're waiting, but you're not waiting because you're waiting for nothing. And this is a pleasure. I was addicted to that. I would sit and for 3 hours. I mean, I quit it. You have to quit it. Safana.
Safana?
Yeah. Which also relates to waiting, but it's really, you have the luxury of those almost the non-functional members of society. They still do it, and of course we are jealous of them, those who pass by quickly in the street because we're busy, and this is where people can wait in the street, can hang around in the street without needing to speak, without doing anything. And this is like, it is almost, what allows a possibility of a different relation. And sometimes waiting allows us a taste of that. We who rush into life, who want to be functional and productive members of society, and all of this kind of capitalist way of educating us, where we feel guilty if we waste 3 hours staring at the ceiling,
I love that.
Yes, I love it. It took me. I feel sad that I quit it. I quit that. I quit smoking. I'm not like, I'm very functional.
Yeah. Safana. And also, in my talk, I refer to 1830s in Paris revolutionary, forces. They started firing at clocks, as a protest to the capitalist, mode of production, idea of progress, etc. So I think Safana is also a kind of a revolutionary, maybe they don't put it, of course, in terms of revolution or resistance, but this is kind of, refusal, yeah? refusal of being a part of the capitalist, mode of production, yeah?
Yeah, it's almost like you're refusing as you are waiting to attend it. It's very interesting, this kind of, you don't say, I am refusing it. You say, I'm here just until you let me, but maybe this takes a long time because you think I'm anyway a loser. And it's very interesting, like this kind of, sometimes often you see these people who hang around. It's very interesting, like what our relation, because we don't really like the people who hang around, no? Yeah. It's like they always kind of, but why? Because there is a rejection of something probably that we can almost refuse to recognize that can exist in, yeah.
Yeah. Homi Bhabha has a term, sly civility, which is exactly, the colonized people refusal to the colonizer demands. Yeah, so it's very much this Safana. But I don't want you to do Safana, and I want you to write more. So
I do it in my writing. That's my excuse. I can do it as I write.
Okay. Thank you so much. That was a pleasure.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. And now we have the final sonic piece from Tumi and Gabi. And actually, we have one of their records available. It was the first Savvy record called The Wretched. And it's from, the name is from Frantz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth. So the next invocation is the last one, and it's rough, stormy seas as a backdrop, opening ways to the sea and memory of the storms and life lost and transformed in invocation of the Indian and Atlantic Oceans.
Um, Hello, everyone. Thank you, Tumi and Gabi, for this beautiful fourth performance. You are here with us in spirit. And now we're going to take one moment to arrange the stage, and we're going to welcome a band named Jamila and the Other Heroes. So I would also like to ask the audience if you'd like to dance, then maybe we can set the chairs exactly, and we can all come closer to the stage.
And before we start this super exciting last session for today, we would just quickly round up with some thank yous to you all, so that after that we all get immersed in the music.
So here at Savi, our artistic director, Bonaventure Ndekong, often says that we constantly choose to remember that institutions are made up of people. And this is a brief reminder that none of this would have been possible without the many contributions, countless contributions, visible and behind the scenes, because you've seen we choose to make the labor that goes into this visible. So all of that culminated in this beautiful evening. Thank you so much for joining us, and we want to say thank you to the team who worked towards these last 2 days of invocations. That's Bonaventure Ndekong and Elena Agudio for their artistic direction, Hadra Heder Karar for conceiving of this beautiful concept under which we gathered these days. And all of this came to fruition with countless contributions from the team, part of which is here with us on stage. Just to mention all of them. Lili Shmoki, Antonio Pedro Mendez, Onur Chimen, Lia Milaneso, Lema Sikod, Ana Yeager, Juan Pablo García Sosa, Hubert Gromny, Mario Alberto X, Miriam Gatt, and Cecilia Bien. Thank you to Ray K.M. Domerat for the sound. And thank you for the lighting, Emilio Cordero and Santiago Dolianin. For the streaming by Boiling Head Media behind you there. Ranav Adhikari, Laura Kallert, Tommaso Marinano, and Johannes Luke Snyder. And thank you for documentation, Marvin Sistermans. All of us were sustained by food by Shi Tamofor. Thank you. And in the spirit of institutions being made up of people, Savi Contemporary is Elena Agudio, Linhan Balatbat Helbok, Cecilia Bien, Onur Jimen, Bilge Emir, Billy Foo, Raisa Galofre, Manuela García Aldana, Juan Pablo García Sosa, Hadra Heder Karar, Danielis Hernandez, Ana Yeager, Mokia Laisin, Rafael Lazar, Laura Klöckner, Kelly Krugman, Antonio Pedro Mendez, Camila Metwali, Lia Milaneso, Nancy Nasser Aldin, Arlette Louise Ndekose, Bonaventure Ndekong, Abhishek Nilamba, Matthias Rademacher, Lema Sikod, Lili Shmogi, Ola Zielinska, and someone who will always remain with us in loving memory, our dearly departed Bonabel. Thank you so much.
And of course, Sagal Farah. Yeah. Yeah. And in this round of thanks, of course, not forgetting all our artists who were part of this exhibition and all our participants for these 2 days. And very importantly, all of you who think together with us, engage with us, and help us grow together. With this, I'm going to announce and welcome Jamila and the other heroes. Thank you so much for making the time. I know that they are on a tour at the moment and have a very busy schedule, but they made time for us, so we are ever grateful for that. Jamila and the Other Heroes is a wild band from Anywhere creating psychedelic desert funk to make you fly. Leading the band is the vibrant Jamila Al-Yusuf. Born in Berlin on the day the wall came down and raised by her influential Palestinian refugee father, Jamila composes music to connect with transcultural audiences who can identify with the band's diaspora narratives and their musical fight against racism. As people with family backgrounds in Syria, Palestine, Italy, and Colombia, we travel and create home within our music. Welcome to Jamila and the other heroes.
Thank you for the invitation. And yeah, enjoy our show and our composition.
شكل البيت والصور كانت الحين تتذكر طعم الزين احكي لي عنهم يا بعد تتذكر كيف طردوا وشو حبت بالصندوق تتذكر صورة ابوك اللي بتاعك صورته بعد سنين البيت زي ما هو شفت جبال حزين
Mehr Gitarre auf dem Monitor, bitte.
Please feel...
Und mein Mikrofon.
Oh. Please feel welcome to come closer, so we don't have the feeling there's a swimming pool, nobody wants to jump in, you know. It's really lovely to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And the next song is a song about love in times of capitalism, and it's called Aliens in My Bed.
anybody out there seeking landing permission? I repeat, seeking landing permission. It's cold out here, and I don't know where I am. I'm looking for shelter. Could you be so kind to welcome me on your place? It's a big emergency situation. I don't know how to get out of here. Because the spaceship is about to
giants in my bed. Their spaceship broke in the shed. We are making love quite mad, 'cause they are lost and sad.
FEMA! Thank you. Wow, amazing. So the next song is called Sitt el-Kon, which means the grandmother of the universe, and it's the album we released 2 years ago. It's about a dream I had of my Palestinian grandmother, which I never met because she died when my father was only 1 year old. One night when I dreamt of war and persecution, she popped up in my dream and she catapulted me to the universe to fly with her together through endless galaxies of freedom, until my heart racing would stop and I knew I was safe and I could go back on Earth.
محبوسي في أحلامي، أحلامي عن الحرب. يا ستي بنحاوني، وين بدك خبيني؟ كانت حكاية جميلة، حكاية عن الحب. قتلوا ويلحقوني، وين بدك خبيني؟ قلقاني بين جبلين، كان بالجيل عندي حد يشارك اتألافي، وين شارك خبي مين؟ يا ستي أنا خايفة كتير، ممكن تساعديني. شارك أحمر اسمي عايزني، بس ما بعرف فيه. ولا مرة شفتي بس بيحلم، بس بيحلم. حاو 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 محبوسي في خوفي، عم بدور على البيت. وين بدك يا ستي بحياتك تدفيني؟ تركتي يا عبوي صغير، هملني قلبك الكبير. قلبي تعبان كتير من الحب يا ستي. ما في بيوت وفي حار، في خوف وكتير بار. وين بدنا يا حبيبتي؟ جاوبتيني هيك يا ستي. أنا خايفة كتير، ممكن تساعديني. شارك أحمر اسمي عايزني، بس ما بعرف فيه.
Dank. Shukran. How are you doing? I'm so happy to... Okay. So happy to be here in this space. I know Savi Contemporary since it's been in Neukölln, and I always loved and admired the people and the art and the space, and it's really an honor to play here tonight. And the next song is exactly about this, like sharing your political and personal struggles and give it a space where you can create togetherness. And this is what the next song is about. It's called Fight Club.
Do you know this feeling when everything seems to fall? Like in the Andean Sea, a Fight Club, we blew it all. Do you know this racing heart when your inner fears start to talk? And yet another sleepless night, and the word shouts, get up and fight for another day in your life, with the ones and onlys that shine. It's okay if you feel like crying, 'cause life is challenging. You might think that it's just your own fault to feel so lonely, but it's not. You're part of a bigger thing. Society is what creates the ways of how we're feeling. Don't forget the roads are limiting, but together we can change that game. Start reconnecting, soul to soul, beautiful melody. Ba ba da ba ya do, oh, ba ba da ba ya do, ba yo, ba da ba da ba yo, ba da ba ba, free as on an acid trip. Deep inside you know it all. Do you know this racing heart? But this time 'cause you fall in love. Yet another sleepless night, and the world feels so warm and bright. What a lovely day in your life, with the ones and onlys that shine. It's okay if you feel like crying, 'cause that's challenging.
Dankeschön. Thank you for... Könnte ich mich bitte lauter auf den In-Ears haben und dafür keinen Hall? A bit of rhythms for us. Make your hips ready to dance. This was Abu Dhab from the traditional Ala Dal'auna about the people who left without saying goodbye. So, the next song is a song I invite you to think of your families, and maybe you also went through this process of finding the right distance and balance, and maybe putting boundaries out of love. This is what the next song is exactly about. It's called Khalas, which means it's enough, stop in Arabic. And there will be a part I invite you to sing along with and to think of a beloved family member.
The umbilical cord is still holding me close to the judgments of my family, and what they believe would be good for me, but nothing good comes from the lack of trust. Nothing good comes from fear instead of love. So let's talk about this family love. I mean, how far can it reach with all these conditions? How real can it be if you doubt my intuition? I don't doubt you mean well for me, and I can't accept if you force me to see my joy as sins, my freedom as risk, my friends as envious, and my lovers as changing pornographic discs. And you know what? I can be a sinner and a saint, a winner and faint, a bitch and a lover, a child and a mother, all at the same time. And none of that is a crime. And I don't need the romantic nor financial stability in order to please you and be respected in this family. Cause I'm a vagabond of flowers while my parents act as cowards, caring more about the others, what they say, how I act, how I dress. Look at how what a mess. Excuse me, who's the mess? They say they want me to be happy, but they never did accept me. All their worries almost trapped me. Who I am, the real job. What about love? I said, what about love? Stop labeling me.
they da 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 they you, da 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 they do do, they do da do da they you, they da do da they you, da 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 they do do.
And now I want to invite you to sing with us this melody and think of a person in your family that's really close to you, but maybe not anymore there in physic, or that you want to make peace with after a conflict. And I really want all of you to hum with us, and also the ones on the screens at home. And the melody goes like this. Thank you. We're already coming to our last song, and almost last song. And it's a feminist lullaby called Farashat.
أنا بدي أعرف شو قصدك، أنا بدي أعرف مين أنا، بابا يا بابا من وين إحنا، ماما يا ماما لوين رحنا، من زمان كنا فراشات، من طير من ورد لشجرة، بعدين انحركت جناحتنا، انحوى من حبه طيرنا، بعدين انحركت جناحتنا، انحوى من حبه طيرنا، هلا أملنا براحة نربي جناحات وصياعة، سفنا لدنيا الكبيرة، نصير فراشات من البساتين، نحكي لورد عن قصصنا والقمر يلي من ربي، من زمان كنا فراشات، من طير من ورد لشجرة، من زمان كنا فراشات، من طير من ورد لشجرة. خلينا سوا هيك احنا قوايا يا بنات حارتنا يا بتحب الدنيا يا خلينا سوا هيك احنا قوايا يا بنات حارتنا يا بتحب الدنيا يا خلينا سوا هيك احنا قوايا يا بنات حارتنا يا بتحب الدنيا يا خلينا سوا هيك احنا قوايا بنات حارتنا يا بتحب الدنيا يا خلينا سوا هيك احنا قوايا يا بنات حارتنا يا بتحب الدنيا يا خلينا سوا هيك احنا قوايا
This was for you, Sanat. Vielen Dank.
White passing girl, except for here, where my Palestinianness takes off my protection fur. I park my dignity with the waves of the Red Sea, while they strip search my soul and interrogate my extrovert me. I pole dance my privacy for you, but this is not a Tinder date. It's the daily misuse of your power and control. If you're collaborative, it will not take so long. Who do you know here and how did you meet? Give me their numbers and let me see the photos on your phone. And how did your parents meet? What do they work? Where do they live? And how much money do you earn? Leave me alone! I'm just exercising my right to go home. Hours later, I find my dignity in the sound of the sea. Wish I just dived to Aqaba or wake up in Ramallah and be free. Still white-skin privileged, I stroll this Oriental sifted through a lad with heavy bags and a heavier heart. I crave for arms on which I can surrender. I long for arms to fight my emotional homelessness and this unfair political abuse of a region torn apart. Let's build a place of togetherness where everyone is allowed, no matter what name or passports. Live in freedom of moving souls and healing hearts, but we're separated, geographically so close, but further than stars. I long for touch, I long for love, I long for equality and the end of psychological wars. I long for touch, I long for love, I long for equality and the end of psychological wars.
So I just wanted to say, is there some light still? No, probably not. So thanks a lot. This video we shot last year to counter anti-Palestinian racism. And Philip Wenning is here, the director of the video. We're so grateful you made this video with us. And it's, generally about any kind of border discrimination. Thank you, everyone, for making this possible, on the techniques, on the sound. Oh, there's light. On the light. And have a wonderful evening. And if you want, follow us. We have a lot of shows coming up. Jamila and the Other Heroes. We have some stickers on the left on the way out. Thank you, everyone.